Okay, I guess I'm ready. Yeah, everything looks good. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's nice. Mm-hmm. Alright. Let's just get into it. Yep. So there's no rest for the wearies. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when we received a request for assistance from the Homogeneous and Sons mineral concern. It would appear their storehouse in Horizon has been targeted of a series of covert wall robberies. Matters that seem occasional discrepancies in the manifest were long dismissed as clerical errors. It's only during the concern's annual audit that the pattern became apparent. Significant quantity of crystals, and only crystals, were missing. I need hardly tell you what that may imply. The brass blades charged with investigating the theft believe that someone that the concern is selling crystals for profit. Alas, they have yet been unable to identify the likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not agree to intervening had the stolen goods been a merely monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the acts not of self-interest but in service to a primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart for Horizon at your easiest convenience. Rendezvous with Ishtal when you arrive. She and Thar and Crad have already begun preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. Actually, just use. This way? Pirates. Oops, that was not what I was supposed to do. Oops. Mm-hmm. I don't think your assistance is most welcome. I've already spoken length with the brass blades of the rose, albeit to little avail. It seems that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. Going into further detail, but your time might be better spent in conversation with Fufulupa. He is the officer charged with leading the investigation. I would only be repeating that which he relayed to me. If it eluded my attention map, it will not elude yours. Okay. Hello, Delta. Was it usual? Said to expect you. It's our business, these tests. We have yet to confirm the quantity versus why the may be greater. Oh, never mind that. I'm news to share. A short while ago, the driver of heavy landed carriage refused to halt for an inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints on the Royal Allegan Sunway. The cart bolted off towards eastern Thailand. Thank gods I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incidents. A speeding carriage, that would seem curious choice for thieves such as of such prudent cunning, yet the Amaja do have a foothold. I'm fine. Have a foothold in eastern Thailand. What other cargo did they carry the crystals we seek? We should receive any more, but I fail to see what else it could. Did you miss me, friends? I'm back, but I fear bearing disappointing news. Or on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Darkin, where have you been off to? I figured we had I think under control here, so I took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Maja friends. And would you believe it? I have a one-running carriageway on the way, and even were able to do my part and help my friends in the brass blades intercept it. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigious quality of Somanos. The blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they'd ever seen. The stolen crystals on their hand were nowhere to be found. Is that so? Alas, I have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere. We should reassess our options, so I'll come with us, Delta. Alright. Oh. They're just around. Against all expectations, we've seen all are innocent in this particular spacecraft. By all indication, they've yet to replenish their store of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon Ifrit. Why I can't fathom is why anyone else would go to such lengths to obtain crystals in such quantity. I cannot be we're dealing with simple thieves. If the motive were profit, why would they limit their trade to crystals alone? Plainly, we are missing something. Well, you think about it, what it might be. I shall inform Uringer progress over luck there of the.
Now then. 'Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's Toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Let's see. Excuse me. Doesn't really matter.
Devil _O's
What?
there are
What?
just raided with 1 viewers.
Arrows! Wait, what? Thanks for the raid. Alright. Let's see. Doesn't matter. Hello. Mhm. For ideas of solid flash of insight? No. Well, for want of better search, I say we try if we can Fufalupa's brain again. Who knows? If we work together, we may find someone nestled away. Oh, it's good to see you return. I've given some thought on the matter. No, just heard. Upon the most disturbing possibility, how could I have been so blind? Can you calm yourself, Fuba? What is the disturbing possibility of which you speak? Finally, as to how these thieves' activities escaped our notice for one so long accumulating. What if someone among our own ranks conspired with them, a traitor in our midst? It would be most unfortunate if your fears were well-founded. Philippa? Indeed. For reasons of security, Consort decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in Horizon to another location. Their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed. But such shipment would be surely be well guarded. What these will as our risk open confrontation? What? I have not, but neither would the concern be eager to present them with an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret. To entrust the goods to, let's say, alone with Kildamar traveling without an escort so as not to attract undue attention. I see. Yeah, the concern may well elect to do that. But travel with so much cargo will be a strenuous tech. Indeed, and this Mar would certainly need rest upon the way. May up the north, the bridge to Himalaya. I don't have a schedule. Right? I don't really have a schedule. I just pretty much do it when I feel like I'm in the mood to. Oh. Fine spot for rest, would you not agree? Delta, you lie in wait to the north, and I shall do the same in the south. Forgive me, friends, but I've received new orders. I must inform my men at once. Only think I was surprised if these thieves laid on their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. So, mount. I don't know. I don't have the thing open. I want to use this one right now. Which lost as expected, you unharmed. A game of Seawolf Thieves, and in Thailand no less. I suppose that's the first time for everything. Seawolves, all of them. And they all with the same taste and facial tattoos. Blue, in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. Be so good as to attend outside matters and Horizon have inquiries to make. To Horizon, then. Football will want to hear your meeting with the thieves. That's to cover the chat box. And then Oneka showed me that one, so then I use it. So then it also shows which section of the game I'm on. For the brass of Rose, I thank you for your service, Horizon. We have no other. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. And so then, by your leave, I should have a word with Phil in private. I know, and for that one, Officer Riga, he managed to subdue the unit of police dispatched to detain him and made good his escape. Oh, for love. And how did he manage to exactly? Your men haven't been slim in that someone as we confiscate, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No, but he was quite strong. A sea wolf, Lamentian, born and raised. I believe. Do not worry, we'll find him. Yeah, my word's that. There, if you want to. No, but he's quite strong. I just read that. I see, pray keep me a praise for any development. Yes, she's done it. Understood. If your time together is at an end, your services are required elsewhere. Hopefully to plane, I know, but one must follow duty elsewhere. I might try to look a little this point. Or do you mean to give me another one of your stoke nods? You do, don't you? Whatever. Just take this. I realized I never got my water. Be right back. Oh, that's nice. It's interesting. Theft. The anime bid me till you make for Esferbay, where young Alphanode awaits you coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I'm not privy to the details. While you do whatever is Elfin planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down the traitor's brass blade, and when I do, may you be rest assured that we will have our answers. Whoa. Really, no matter. I know where our visitors are headed. From what I've been able to gather, the vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. Are you familiar with Doma? Yes, in Othard. Well, like the rest of the nations of the Eastern Continent, it is ruled by the Garlean Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival as well as the state of the ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale. And more importantly, and they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire, such as information that could prove most useful. It would be fools not to pursue the opportunity, you think? Come with me to Oda. Unless I'm mistaken, and rarely mistaken, we'll find that no one's bigger was sworn on the royal promenade. You're uncertain of your role pursuing insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be pursued by some. And if not, who better than you to have a hand in the event of an unforeseen diplomatic incident? Besides, I do enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good, I shall see you in all the... Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Teleport. That's nice. Alright. Alright. Let's see. It's not how many times you ask. Without necessary permissions, none shall pass. Pronoun sir, we have not had the leader to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior. I'm ready to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness. Away with you, and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again. You know not what you do. I gather if he's found out. Allow me at the quarter. I know his kind well. I will find me more to your liking. Alphen Levierner, at your service, friend. Which I believe makes me very nearly unique, in this part of the world at least. Very few indeed are your allies in Ul'dah, yet you need someone if you wish to endear yourselves wealthy and powerful. Join me in my associate Quicksand. There you can explain your situation to us, and we'll see if there's aught we can do to help. Mhm. It's the wrong place, of course. Um, now let's see.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
"12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
If I may, madam, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for some several moons, and our supplies are spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulation, more please you listen to them. Suffice to say, however, sacrifices have been made. Don't shame me to beg for more than already offered. So much just for compels. Good madam, if you or your associate could spare any provisions, anything at all, I would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Hey, why didn't you say Joseph? Of course I'll help. You couldn't have picked a better day to tell the truth. A wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow, but I just sent word they can't come, meaning I've got a boatload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for the lot in advance. Haha. No, it's fine. You don't have to do that. It's gonna be too overwhelming for me if a ton of people join at once. I know, but it's fine. You don't have to do something like that. Really? Go and call Judith and Catherine at Sapphire Avenue. She tell him I said the ship the little princess order to Constance. Oh, and if they are you to show him those letters, that should set him straight. No, please don't. Okay? Please don't. I would rather archive may have you misheard instructions. No, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my words. She lives if you know she's now Aunt Normal and the Christian mistress Mojo stubborn, but that doesn't seem wise to me. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man who can't earn his crust deserves to go hungry. They give you any trouble? Good. Good. No, go tell your it all's all in hand. They are not hope for such a agony, much less accept. Mr. Dory is generous indeed. I shall be sure they didn't cur most humbly. Later, breathes the flame of joy on your suggestion. I think you'll be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience. Before the Sultan and the Syndicate both, we should return to the royal promenade at once. You have done so much for us, Master Alfanod. I swear we shall return the favor. Not as owed, Lady Yuger, for naught has been given. This is a small favor you fairly won with your words, and it is word that you must win favor with the Syndicate. Then I shall choose them with care. You will come to yes, good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing so unpalatable will be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us at the Royal Promenade. I just realized she's in a... Pleasure, Delta. Letters are inside. Let us not keep them waiting.
I, Yugiri of Doma, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the Purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago
Phoenix.
regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes. The law is the law.
I'm fine.
And so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than Gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage hath fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, Little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire...
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
As the alert, Loloroto is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Often I wonder how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. But I will not waste words on him. Not when Domans have yet to need aid. Everyone follow me to the Hall of Flames. Can I get these? No. I think I've spoken at this point. There is no point in moving this power to be reconsidered. The monetarists have made their position clear. A great Dada is not an option. Nor are Lamicia or Virginia given the state of their intentional affairs, which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship gods. Thought of them huddled in this hold with no better treatment. Would that I had more time for a final alternative, a place not bound by the concerns of great nations. Wolfina, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the decisions we will do prevail with ours, especially when we leave it to be under siege, but I can't really accept this judgment, not while we suffer. Would be out of the question for us, Solent to accept this for a week, maybe even a few days. Excellent, I shall keep you informed. Lady Gar, I have a proposal if you would hear it. Out with it, Master Elfin. The headquarters of my orders, Signs of St. Dawn, stands in a place called Reverend Stoll, an outpost in Mordana. Like in most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Reverend Toll have been doing the utmost to change that. To that end, we are in need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands, hard laborers, lest you doubt, with not safe food and shelter by way of the reward. Terms not unlike those which you possess yourself, Lady Yugiri. Thou will not hear words said against our beloved Aldol. Reverend Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can also accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphonse, once again, I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Reverend Toll, which will be no small feat considering the distance at the present condition. Mayhap Dawn's Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look for me there and on Delta. Later, if your people were to accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Immortal Flames can provide. Mm. We are certain the Doma's refugees may find the journey to Reverend Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard the ship with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. That mind, mistress. Mona has kindly offered to Kate the Donnans until such time they are ready to set out for Mordaunt. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave will at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the Immortal Flames can do? I fear that exceeds our mandate. Where smaller numbers may happen to go unnoticed, but the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 dolmens to Mordana. When the government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. I will engage in service of the 7D7 caravans on Doan's behalf. Very well, we should begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all, if all these good people, at least I can come. You may share a friend in old all. There you agree. And you Reverend Toll, my lord. Well, it sounds like we have lots of related to go. Let's put our heads together and settle deals arrangement, shall we? I'm trusted the task of escorting our Doman's friends to you. After you arrested your own weary legs, what say you? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll be right back. Just have to run to the bathroom. And I've returned. As we Dominions prepare for departure of Vesper Bay, where from they will be transported by carriage to Uldal. Yes, it has all been decided rather suddenly. It will not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Because I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process. Your tasks, great and small and short, whatever must be done, do it. Speak to the man named Halzon when you arrive, and Slitiger tells he has been designated the leader of the first group. He's often informed me that a sign will arrive and help with our preparations. I'm honored to meet you. The shame as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. I knew from a glance that what manner of woman you were. I too have some skills at arm, as do many of our people. Pray forgive us, shameful, but may trouble you help us round up the children that have been given in my care. They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will survey where I failed. Yeah, my thanks, friend. Pray, seek out my son Yozon. He can tell you more. Hello there. I'm Yozon, son of Hazon. Will you become with us to Allah? I hear we're traveling by horse drawn church. Don't you think they're queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses. I still want to turn around one, but what's this? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help though. We're just finishing a game of hide and seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and since you already told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. You're not Yelzar, who are you? I'm Carl Jalavana. I don't know anyone else was. Wait, I mean, you're the one of the science. No, wait, science. And you must know Lady Girl, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek too. Oh, right, it's almost time to go. Nice meeting you, Delta Lavana. Oh, I see another one hiding. Are you playing? No, no, Fairy Tales didn't say anything about adults. Huh? You get to ride a horse for courage? I didn't know. It sounds scary, but if Jocelyn says it's safe, I'll go. So... Alright, where's the last one? See it. That's funny. I guess I need to park somewhere. Or you're as good as, the guards didn't find me. All children count for hide and seek? I see. That you are curious. It is quite simple, really. Later, Igor thought it best that children know what to do in case the Garlands found us. I should hope those days are behind us, but nonetheless, take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. Scaverns due to depart shortly, followed by the rest of regular intervals. My family and I, including my normal flower homily, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Cora, whom I believe you already met. Don't understand the road to Adal is regularly patrolled by your Rasblades. It would give great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you're ready to leave, please inform our coachman. You're to be off? I will. I've been meaning to have a word with you about the runner from the Blades. Says we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beast has been sighted south of the bridge to Himalaya. Might be someone's always playing trick on them, of course, but I don't want to play gambles in this business. Now I know you can yourself in your fight, but there's a lot here is another story. So I was thinking you might go ahead and have a quick look around, make sure the area is safe, and if you come across any leaders, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way is clear, meet us at outside Horizon. The Blades tell me the roads there are safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own, assuming the self-same bastard don't try to rob us, that is. So the RSVC was being operative word. Haha. You've well fought, man. Well fought. If only I were in better health, I should have been proud to stand by your side. Her sign no mind. He forgets that he has a responsibility precludes acts of dirtying. Be that as it may, I can't help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength, skill, and dull, things would have been very different. We cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Ladies, Igor's kinsmen, least of all, they fought the fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, children, and the promise of a better life. And all this, more we owe her. How does one even begin to repay such debt? And kind father, since she has given us everything, we shall give all of ours. Whatever work is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, and matters not. Rowan's toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Hey, it sounds like Rowan. I want to know why you became an adventurer. Uh-oh. That's what I told Carl. She didn't believe me. Now it's my turn. Students, I got a question. What's Rowan's toll like? Is it pretty? There's a lot of people. They're just destroying you. Oh, I can't wait. After it's my turn to sell that when I want to be strong like you. What did you have to do? Ah, so my father's right. How do you do it then? Come, tell me. And don't leave anything out. Right, that's enough. That's enough questions for still done. That's a fair one. Jasmine gets asked. I want to know about just how she does. So in our place, do you think I can become an adventurer one day? Mm-hmm. Then it's really nice, so I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. We got let's make an Avengers Guild for Dolan. We'll pick our friends and punch the wicked. Sling us stuff and Lady Yugiri. Yeah, like yeah, tell that Lady Yugiri. We talk more about it on the character way. Will you be joining us? Mm-hmm. Oh geez, this place is always packed. I thought so to get the first professor. Excellent. Is there else? No. It matters. I might as well. And here, you and Lady Gersh should travel to Reverend's Toll forthwith. It's past time Lady Gersh met the guild's representative in Reverend's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arriving here in Thanalan which may require your personal assistance, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of their journey. Speak first with Softborn upon your arrival. He's the one whom the Domans will be working most closely with, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Ugard and Molfina and the guild emissary. If both means go well, the resulting ties should stand the Domans in good stead for which to come. Safe travels. This must be the same that you and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the Toll. I hope you do not find the dear fires off-putting, for though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Selfborn. You may rest assured that we will carry our orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you need to bow your head and call me master either. We are both frontier hands as far as I am concerned. As you wish, Selfborn. May this mark the beginning of a long, fruitful friendship. I guess I have yet to meet the academic Seven Hills. Those are already wasting time with me. See them to rising stones. So much. He's given much respect. Forgive me. I require more to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join your rising stones anon. No use. Attempts to reach the students of Baldacine continue to meet with failure. Oranger has explored other avenues of quarry, but they have too yielded not. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are awaiting confirmation of which we already know. For adults, I'm going to understand you were kept quite busy in your Vesper Bay. May I question those evading Prevu's refugees when primal threat? Remains unresolved. I shall not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. Be that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. Lady Ugar is here. Please show her in. I do very much to meet her. Make no objections. Pray do so with her blessing. Your answer is pleasing beyond words, my lady. But are you quite certain? We have knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event of our talk and autonomy, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we'll find it together. As ever, it has been a pleasure, Akane, unless we must take our leave as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require else, pray speak with Softball and Lady Yugiri, Delta. No, I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our demand friends feel at home upon arrival. No, I must admit, I'm still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Each soul should be returning on with reports from a field. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon arrival.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
No.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging wave to wash away the finless ones. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
A primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
Mm. When should the worst come? Only should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experiences, you may very well think eventually inevitable. As long as there is even a chance the Primal's return might be prevented, we must spend all our effort towards achieving that goal. Before we do all else, let us hasten to Lominsia, and meet with the Admiral. She will have not been idle in reading time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Your expected prey, take this lift to the command room. Friends, I take it Yashol has appraised you of the situation. Let us waste no time. According to our best intelligence, the Sagan had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count the Serpent Reavers. Venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache, for our short-sightedness we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Let's say I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we see Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning. We would welcome the signed support in this endeavor. But if God's forbids our efforts should come to naught, I would need to trouble you for more than your support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Wolfina, I am given to understand you mean to accompany our soldiers on the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reason for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I'd rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with my own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn to deny the wish of those who aid or require. The precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Delta Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagan's movements within the Spasa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to operation staging points at Camp Skullga Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith. You might be appraised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falkrith had charge of garrison. Alright, so need to go to Alport. Alport. Expecting you, Silence of Dawn. On behalf of all men and women here, thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens are paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. Scenario: Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnect with Sapsa spawning grounds. Don't pains me to admit the Maelstrom has never faced a foe like this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Amongst other things, they have orders to determine where the Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, the return is long overdue. I fear ill may have befallen them. Better wars must ascertain their fate. If it's not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in their search. Fast scouts ventured into Sapsa, all told. We will take this fast and restore it to return to those who may be wounded. Though it pains me to even consider a notion if they have perished circumstances permanent, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep in enemy territory. However, we can all afford to lose you at this juncture. Don't have all times. Forget restorative. Thank you, I owe my life. We were ambushed by serpent reavers. Lately armed as we were, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taking the serpent's tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg of you. Your current thing, however, when I learned that you went to Swordstone by yourself, I feared we made untimely designs, but tell me what became of the others. Dear God, stop. These wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery know no bounds, enemies or no? They've gone too far. I dread the thing what may have come to the two that remain unaccounted for. I pray they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we seek the Admiral finalize the details of our operation, the war horns will sound in any moment. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Those damn fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells. Yes, Commander, we are not here for a personal vengeance, is it not it? I want you in mind on the task at hand, sorry. My apologies, Emerald. You can count me keep a clear head. Good, according to our sole surviving scout, the Scion and their thralls have already begun their mass in Aetheryte in depths of Supsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready, but we await our orders, Emerald. Predicted the Scion have tightened their security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is likely to be met with fierce resistance. But we're not. So Arlen says that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the South side Aetheryte and eliminate the Sagan priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. The Master shall exchange indistinct extract the Sagan legion of drowned pirates at Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault, and have subsequent units fan out and cover their flanks. Also, same moment, a divisionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy offshore. Likewise, the Science shall form a smaller unit in hopes of confusing the Sagan defense effort. Delta and Joel, the two of you will make way to the site of summoning ritual. That rules the origin to serve the enemy's defense, rendering your path less perilous. Small party, I believe, should win without drawing unwilling attention. Grand agree. Your mission is to lure out as many Sagan as possible as spawning grounds. Having done so, take your heels and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Ishtolan Delta. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Mafina, as was agreed. I don't let me keep you friends. To battle! When did we last fight side by side, Delta? Too long ago, I warrant, but let's come this way. The show just runs in the bathroom because I'm gonna do There she is. She's hurt. Hurry, do not concern yourself with a glancing blow. Come, lay the eyes close at hand and let us press on.
They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Did I miss much? So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
We
To the Aetheryte!
You'll forgive me my lateness.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled swordwalkers tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
Seven hells.
Oh shit.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial. I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. But it should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon! Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Specific and no normal wall, or that which the vine makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature, enough to raise an entire coastal settlement. And his last attempt is any guide. We cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yeah, how in the seventh hell are we going to prevent it? Our plight for action we must make through. So long as the Leviathan remains in open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none. That you may be sure, but Lemines herself would struggle, the best, the lord of the all in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and much wood of us. We need another plan. This much is plain. Let us return to Lamentia, see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. Expected. Cameron, pray do not keep the Admiral waiting.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did.
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the Company of Heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Being how does gods also exist in what you call the Far East? Legends tell us that they walked amongst us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I come face to face with the problem, I do understand why the Garleans fear them so. What is it? Master General, I judged it best I would deliver it at once. I am listening. According to the Elder Dockets, a man has appeared to claim to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes? These are hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I'm designed to put any store on this claim. Anyway, should it be true, as usual, say none for safe. The company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not already know? You haven't waged Linza. Sail and 2 ships some rope and a pile of crystals. Can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony should yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear him out? Damn it all. The vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on the supposed primal slayer's claims. Still, to seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, we'll spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. Heinrich first Fleet's resident of Greyfleet in Lower La Nocia. The storm prophet sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. Empiscate. Alright. Okay, you'll have my bloody story right after take care of the sexy green meal. But sir, that's what you said you're gonna pick me orders for you. And before I mucked out chocobos, and before I rolled them out, so and before oh no, it's this guy. Finally, I worked 3 days straight without winning 3 days, and all you hear me complain? Perhaps it wasn't someone else just ain't rough for stuff. Whatever, I'll give you one now, said. I'll talk to my generous soul. No need for curious, because I won't prefer too modesty, besides there's only one happiness a man can be almost seen. It's all check out his epic visual, the dread promise. Now let us huge, me no sick. Think we got how we each of skills about water across as we move along. And I don't mean feet, let me tell you. If I could barely see for all of Brian, it was all to me. It must have been Lugan's worth. You know, anyway, I just the act that my hand was what to say. Because I proved the game mistake, hee hee. What next? Oh no, this guy again. I grabbed my tail, tied him in knots. But no wanting to take all the good points that my mates company heroes handed. Like I said, Moss says all heroic. We have 2 Moss. Now, this sounds like you know, should be lovers. So you gotta learn to live with making bad breath from not coming. You. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying all this. So I take back everything I said. I was never brought a company here, so I'm no wrong. I'm just gonna cover nothing but choco tongue. Now on the nights you find wiggling in choco tongue. That's a lie. To one tell woman, I don't open much. Remember to say I'm pathetic. I didn't fight livers. And I have seen it with my own eyes. 'Twas fair few rocks while I was working at Baker's Inn. I was striking my dudes slaughtering in the harbor when I saw it. A great, big, massive sea serpent, some miles off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, counting firing. It was so bloody scared, so myself right there and then. But oh god, it's just around that day made me so as I fell over again. Anyway, you're asking about that, that means you're planning on fighting me. Let me take care, he's really terrible, dreadful. I tell you, when you're not careful, you'll end up in the gullet at the bottom of the sea. Flying north, I can't believe you made me handle chocolate tongue. Were you able to learn of use against the line? I beg your pardon, Levi. See, this is unfortunate. And anyway, it's times for you. Twin vessels now complete. We don't yet more of 8 dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you're able. I told you, jauntily gratefully, proofless, my sympathies last. Or serve to take your mind off events recent days still, but enough nonsense of truth. Twin vessel though, or letter, a call her is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her projects, Tanzanj, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention that she's also nigh and single, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The ruler and her crew stand ready. My friend, just give the word when you shall appear. Leviathan. I now know you're ready. Having instructed in some haste, the ruler may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She's been fitted with her friends at MSQ and Veilmaze are calling an elemental converter. Assuming thing works, it'll use the power of corrupted crystals to board the raw Leviathan of its hold on water. Depending on the battle unfolds, you may need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. I suspected that Sagan and their thralls will attempt to come to life in sea defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversion. Stand credential. I'll have you assist in this effort. If it is to fill your purpose, your divinity force must not be well for numbers, but I leave. I would volunteer my blade. We'd welcome it. Have you seen you fight? And so as I either say, Jax will find you highly averting. Darkron and your role would join the third levy, and Lady Ugo the fifth. What words for the woman who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these: go warily, for the sea is unforgiven place to wage war. May Navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the admiral's sentiment and add a few words of my own. Know that you have the utmost faith in you, Delta. May the crystal bless you and keep you. And I'm back. We wait. Yes. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? Come on, please. Please don't make me wait forever. Huh? So finally, Oh, jeez. Jeez. Oh. What? Whoa. What? It's I'm so it's over. Hmm. Yeah. Hello. Oh geez, there's a ton of people here right now. They can't even see where I'm supposed to. There I am. All right. Yes, I want to go in.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class.
I know.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
First time.
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Thank you.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Morderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'shtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning, but when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it.
Oh.
That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
No, I do not have any ventures. So remember to get more of those at some point. Admiral has informed me I haven't keeping my letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. The south stands a gate leading to the pier for small fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous highwayman there and present the letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now, for you go, I am obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity in which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of Lemensian society. The value of their implements more highly than Priate's, and united by a bond stronger than Mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though penned by the Admiral himself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far in their confidence. You must work every ounce of trust they place in you. But here's a letter. Go to the Alpha Merchant Place and show it to the Alpha Merchant Man. Oh, and good luck. So let's back to it. I doubt it's gonna let me since my thing is underleveled. Yeah, it's not gonna let me. Oh well. Yeah, because how many levels am I away? Yeah, 6 levels. So yeah, that's gonna take a while because I already did the leveling roulette earlier, so find 6 out. Oh well. I suppose, but I don't know if that would make a difference if I go as ninja or not. You looking at the head inside? Oh wait, I think it's not even here. I just assumed it was here. Oops. Went for the completely wrong place. Business to me, venture. So you're one that I sent word of. I was hoping you might catch a glimpse of Thurincrot too. Been a while since I saw this shit-eating grin. What? I thought double-eyed wenches about it. Expects he got his hands full. You must be the farthest here in that Merlo says wants to train with us. Welcome to Valencia, my lady. I'm your Great of Domont. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. I would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that, last. Limits is city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be the people and I keep the shadows, but we got nothing to be ashamed of. It's better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited for this purpose. I see. Knowing that practitioners of my art, too, are denizens of the shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. There's someone to the room for. If you come with us, you're of John. What's it? We'll get out of more farther. That didn't come out right, did it? I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I love to separate from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have a true friend, West Owens. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Azoria. When that time comes, I would be honored to welcome you as a student. I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Be right back. I have returned. Let's see. 12 more until I hit 50. know what these reward is? Alright. Much more has occurred since first I behold Azorios from Galleon's deck. Suffice to say, I did not envision being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I've kept you all along. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured, I don't require an escort in this land. When you next meet Lady Mephilia, pray relay her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must fulfill my promise to Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. Oh, duh. Send out there for a second.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder, could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Asians may at last be within sight.
So we can slay those bastards.
With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long.
Uh-oh. He's running.
Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be.
Don't tell me.
'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
Preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
I guess it's time to punt him. Times it 428. Yeah, I can go for a little longer. It fails us not to speculate, or well, send word if there are any developments. Until such a time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak on a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns the etheric flow questions, which we had previously attributed to good King Mughal Mog the 12th. I still think that's really funny. It's just so random. The Mughals. There was a Mughal raid. Not raid. There was a Mughal battle where you fought the Mughals. You still find that funny. The king is no more as blessed for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in Twelve's Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude that may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you. I wish not to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Uldaw this time are coming to Reverend's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford the same treatment we gave the Dolmens. At present, they are in seventh heaven waiting a formal response. I seem to hope this was to be expected. I shall meet them at once. So you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your prince duly noted, but I will hear your suit. So I should be grateful for your prince at this meeting. Yeah, I started playing this game around the same time that I started streaming. It started in February, so March, April. It's been over. It's been over it's been over 3 months now since I started streaming. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, there they are. Oh yeah, I am trying to get to whatever it's called, the thing you get at 50 followers. So feel free if you want to follow. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Mafina, and I lead the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Don't be afraid, it is you. We're all in work the same as always. Just give us a test and we'll see it done. Please come on. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know not of your situation. I beg your pardon, Academic. I'm not so good with words. We've been trying to live off the scraps of Uldaw for years, trying to piece together our life to replace the ones what got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an Osman, not as would sully his soul sooner than his palms on a road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. It's only getting worse. When calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed up on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's happening. I know we had to run. The only question was where, and then came to me, Reverend's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners, and didn't you? So surely you do the same for us. I fear such is rather more complicated. While it's true that we accepted all one's pitch afraid that decision was a product of an extraordinary circumstances, I sympathize deeply with your plight, but I pray understand that it's not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by them. And so with regret I must deny your request. But we've nowhere to go. You're turning your back on us? If I might have a word. Satorism, Automist. Ill tidings from Uldaw, my lady. Alpha has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells. None of the blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Again, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady, we are not the ones who start idly and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances regarding this, why I'm not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that refugees attack without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for questions. How can you be so blind? Find Alpha quickly, and if he's in danger or worse, I would like you and no one otherwise side. Thank you. Pray, do not consider help with the matter we were discussing earlier. Yuda and Papa will see to it. Alpha is being treated at Hourglass. Hurry, Delta. Alright. So... Go. Don't worry, it's always chaos in Ul'dah. Like, crazy. There's just so many people that I think it actually causes a bit of lag. Just from the sheer amount of people. Like, it can't even load in everyone at the same time. It's insane how many people are here.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Reborn and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Ul'dans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
As I told you before, it was all inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur, given the rising tensions with all in the Sultanate. Nonetheless, I have reason to believe the particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Have baked your engines? Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I hear what General Reborn has to say on the matter. Reborn. How's not good time, Delta? My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alfred, back on your feet already? My credit. Nice let's recover with your chickens. Memories of the ride still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation? Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remained throughout Danan. We set what forces we can spare to root out the last belligerents, but the progress is slow. They're damn elusive. I can well imagine, given that a majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several refugees were armed, and not with butcher knives or pitchforks, but with military mortal weaponry. I hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny tensions between the Adal citizenry and the refugees probably have increased since Domas were turned away. Would that motivate a starving man to purchase items and no food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single guild to spend, who could not survive without the aid provided by the Emerald Flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactor. Come to the point. Very well, my point is that this power keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion. And now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it's done, any investigation can work. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Already claimed without necessary proof that riots were instigated by outside forces, the narratives would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in their abilities, Delta. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation independent of the authorities. To that end, I would make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at the request for such information, but I have no doubt you can persuade him with your solar tongue. Well, let's just seek answers in my own way. After we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? Let's see. No, not you. You. You look as though you have something to say, Delta. Do you? What? You ask is no simple for us. We use such information fall in the wrong hands. Your lives are countless will be ours. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited to this task than originally. Very well. The Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin speaking to the Blades posted there. Teleport. Let's do a random. What is your adventure search for refuge? Well, then you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation and content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like the merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Friend Soniari, I think this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I'm increasingly concerned that Zawaka's suspicions were correct. We haven't the foggiest idea of what I'm talking about in their minds. Speak with Zawak and he'll explain everything. Let's see. I don't hurt me, I'm not one of them. The Lord bid you speak with me, then I think you could help. So be praised for that. Because we have no what's to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. There's stuff falling under the fanatic spells, but no, a promise is a revolution and retribution of holding roller cost to account taking, which is owed. Ha, a childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would hear my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you'll understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed that he witnessed. Try as I might, it can make little sense of the words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I no doubt the merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. Don't draw. Why didn't you run away? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me. You're silly. Why? What? Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? General. Soothe. Rory, what do you want? Oh, it's true, I followed the merchant, and may the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will give we must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed the cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into two groups and sent us off on our own. When the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with us, but then they started arguing and fighting, and everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter. And, oh God, it's the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. The refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would soon recall us agents of the Asylum, then try to kill us in less than reason. Why, the twins might even dying to do the deed themselves. Hawks on all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to the merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Now they were forced to confront reality. That is it. To challenge the twins to come and show my brethren that their strongest warriors are no match for one woman. I hope then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. Well, they're in for a rude awakening. Doubt they're gonna stand a chance against someone who's slain beastmen guides. Seven hells they found us. Everyone grab you're gonna make for a rendezvous point. So that's your game. Sorry to disappoint you less, but we're more than willing to heal you ourselves. The money, what are we gonna do now? Did you find out what of the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better than a handful of them take a beating from you than a lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? But where else would we, unless he went to stone's throw to recruit others? Merchant wished to approach the refugees in stone's throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their force from the city. Now that there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many must perish in pursuit of futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him, convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. Mount. Sky. I like the music that this guy gives. Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Oldal. The man said they were going to change everything and make us so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Samus, are you looking for someone? Wait for someone. The man who left with my parents, but I don't know where he... Hey, helicopter. I think that's him. Well, not which of these gullible fools will be my next victim. You, I... He's gonna go get him, miss! Time to go hunting! And merchants on the menu. You again. Why are you pursuing me? Religion, choosing religion? That's preposterous. Who else would do it with that? Refugees, the self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Adal? Ha! You have no evidence of your execution. None. No, I will not come to you the Hall of Fames. You have a right to detain me. For the argument, let's say I did these things, Kim. Surely you don't think I'd give a cookman's ass about politics. It was his only business. Even though I'm not the one you want. If you agree to protect me, I swear she'll tell you everything. Yep. It's all commotion. 7 hells. Though they are spread out on her, the killer may still be close. Hello, adventure. I know where all your relationship to visit them, as well as the events leading up to death. The man was responsible for recent riots. Mayhap we owe this murder debt of gratitude. In this case, it's obvious you are not the one who will seek. You may carry on with your investigation, science. Ow. Guess it's going to be a lot more difficult than I thought. Here. Blanked out for a minute. Here's Delta. Where is the merchant? Murder, damn it all, the seventh hell. He was not simply murdered, Delta. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. John's loved word. You were to proceed to the fragrant chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the results of our own investigation. Master Alpha has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray, proceed to the royal promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Expecting you, madam. Please proceed inside.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji? But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Alagon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Alagon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
that he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Ul'dah.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Alright, hold on. Computer. Go to the house there and let my dog out. Okay, and I'm back. Okay. I should be glad to know the truth, yet the thought of Ella's case was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from science? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. I would be of best interest to learn more about the other Matilda activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, we are well positioned to do so, Lieutenant Lavenna. Pray keep us informed of any developments in Carano. The Commonwealth is no place for children. Sorry. No, I'm looking for you, miss. Is it really for a man who left with my parents? You know this girl? They visit Stone Throw as well, I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I think several places they may be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course, first I need to finish speaking with my friend. She's telling me seriously. No one else listening to me up. Could you wait by my pillar? We'll require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. I'll take her to quicksand. Mayhap Modon will know what to do. Legion of Guardians and Aether Stars Primal. Even dealing with an Ossian would be preferable to destroyed. Sometimes I fear our Buffin is too ambitious. We run hither and yon in response to threats as they arise without concern for stranded places on our limited resources and ourselves. May have this time come for a change. Zelda's Buffini, I know it's sudden, but I must ask you to return to Reverend's Toll with all due haste. The situation in Twelveswood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. Twelveswood and the primal threat she spoke of has been confirmed. I received no reports of Excel activity which leads to stealth. Go, Delta. You know as well as I that the appearance of primal takes precedence over all else. I'm going to revive. Do inform the accident that while I'm grateful for the concerns you need for my safety, I'm more capable of protecting myself. And he's been see how they handle the latest news from Adol is most disturbing. Near the only injury Alpha suffered was his ego. Doubtless, it will heal. only injury Alvin had suffered was his ego. Ah. Other signs will need to be present for this meeting. If you're ready to begin, I will summon them now. Good place to stop. Switch to this. One. Find someone to raid. Victory, I was having so much trouble with this. Here I go.